Hello, everyone. It's me, Pat. I'm being joined by Steve and obviously the dog that's trying to climb out the window. Zangief! Zangief! What are you doing? Boopus. Zangief, what are you doing? There's a screen door there. He can't climb out that window. He doesn't know how to unlatch the window. Hey everybody, how y'all doing today? That's nice. He's keeping an eye out for more wasps. I don't think it came through that window. I think it followed me in via the door. I get little Elmo fuzzes all over me. Oh, hello, sir. Yeah, I think I took him out in the morning, and then the wasp followed me in. He could headbutt right through? Nah, he's a pussy. He wouldn't do that. Hey, we're gonna play No Man's Sky today, but then I was hanging out, and I saw Strident in Discord be like, dude, I forgot Stanley Parable came out today. And I was like, Stanley Parable? That game fucking rules. I love that fucking game. It's been in development for super shit long. So that's good. And I accidentally started... You guys may not believe this until I show you what I mean. But I really do mean I accidentally started to play it while testing the new version out. Like legitimately accidentally. So we'll get to that in a second. Zangief, how are you today, sir? Did you enjoy your walk outside and just playing with your toy? Like talking to rocks. It's like talking to a rock. There's nothing in there. There's nothing in there. Look how much nothing is in there. There's nothing. Nothing. Just oh, he's gonna hit the ground. He's gonna hit it. He's gonna hit the ground. I can see it. Oh, I thought he was gonna go down. Hey, let's thank some people and play Stanley Parable. If you guys don't know, are there people in here that don't know what the Stanley Parable is? Oh, I was right. I was right. Look at him go. He's a blob. You don't? Good. Stanley Parable is one of those fun little games. I saw a good tweet the other day that was like, too many games are made by video game makers that only have a very limited number of verbs. And those verbs are primarily those they grew up with playing very limited games. If you're not familiar with what it means for a game to have verbs, it means that the primary actions and or content in the game is a verb, such as jump, shoot, kill, platform, gain, gather, etc. Right? Having a very limited amount of verbs and also some nouns in your game is nice. And Stanley Parable is a game that loves not having verbs. It's very interesting. We'll see that in a minute. But first, I do that thing where I thank Peepo. By the way, a reminder to all of y'all, while PayPal is evil and does take a certain percentage of every single donation as a transaction fee, that transactional fee is less than the pay split on a Twitch payment, and may in fact be much less than the pay split on a future Twitch payment. So if you decide to subscribe or donate to the stream, always consider donating first, if it's the same to you. Obviously, what's easiest for you guys is of paramount importance because you're the people whose charity I rely upon. But if it's no skin off your back, wonder what I could be referring to. I will have to say though, of the Twitch changes thing that goes into practice, the only way they could possibly make anyone swallow the change to a lower cut is by saying, but you can stream anywhere else. At which point multi-streaming will be coming back. And it would be fascinating to see YouTube gaming and all that crap get some growth purely through multi-streaming. Right? That being said, the three choices to work for are the absolute three shittiest choices I could possibly imagine. Twitch is kind of awful, but like I worked for YouTube for a long time, and oh my god, I never spoke to a human being at YouTube once. Once. Not a single time. And Facebook. Run by lizards. You're right, Agami. Somebody asked, did anyone at the old channel ever talk to YouTube? No one at the old channel ever managed to speak to a human being at YouTube, ever. In fact, we would always go through Machinima, and Machinima often had a situation where, despite literally being in the same city as the YouTube office and running like a major MCN, Machinima people would be like on the phone all day on hold just trying to talk to like a single person on YouTube. It was ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. Anywho, I'm sure no matter what happens in the ups and downs of this industry, that I've been around long enough and I think I do a good enough job and I think you guys are cool enough that I'll manage to muddle through regardless of any particular ups and downs. No pressure. Jonath LP asks if they weren't talking to Machinima, who were they talking to? No one. That's the way YouTube works. They automate literally everything. And I would not be shocked if there are like a total of maybe 1,000 employees at YouTube that actually talk to people. Maybe like 500. And it's only for just the absolute crust of the tippity top. Anywho, moving on. Dead Pal sub. Thanks, Dead Pal. Happy 47 months with Pat Stares at. Thank you, Dead Pal. Appreciate it. Internet Shiz kicked in $5. Thanks, Shiz. Uh-oh, I'm gonna burp. Good evening, Chef Boyardivine. You know, Speaking of, Paige was looking up my family crest stuff last night, which turns out I have a family crest. Uh, the Boivin line out in France is a noble house and had a familial crest that is a gold cross on a like a wine red background, and in the upper left is a cross of the Lord Jesus Christ. In the upper right is the Fleur de Lis pre Quebec, and in the bottom is fucking vineyard grapes. So I don't know what the fuck happened for my family line to go from like mid tier nobility to what I can only describe my father's superseding generations in Quebec as the quote, wretched poor, end quote, in the New World. Don't know. Maybe the trip out to the New World just sucked. Got drunk and gambled? I mean, it happens. It's possible. Space Captain Crowd rated and hosted. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it. I hope you're feeling better. Oh, how do I say? Act 8 Lyrist subbed. Excited to watch Stanley. I love the game in 2013. I don't know if anyone knows, but they've updated the Go Outside achievement. The Go Outside achievement back in Stanley Parable was to play the game and then not boot the game for like 5 or 6 years or something like that. There is now a new Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe achievement called Super Go Outside, which is do not boot the game for 10 years. Chest Mimic sub. First stream since you and Paige's Journey to the West. Absolutely loved You're Doing It Wrong the game when it came out. Glad to see it again. I'm very excited to see what new stuff they have. Endo Mills. And also, like, there's people who haven't played it. There's people who don't know about it. It's an older game. And also, it gives me an excuse to go through it. Endo Mills gifted a sub. Thanks, Endo. Phantom J subbed. Hey, Pat. A little bit ago, I told you coding boot camp was kicking my ass. And you said I'll get through it maybe. I'm happy to say I graduate in May. Thanks for being cool. See, I told you it's no big deal. Yeah, it's no problem. Agami23 sub. Hey, Pat, always remember that corporations will always try to fuck you over and are never your friend. I don't think you have to tell me that. Like, you know, you see people on like the internet being like, Nintendo's trying really hard though, or like Netflix is a business, they gotta make money, and I'm like, they're not gonna suck your dick. Netflix isn't gonna suck your dick. I still remember, like the most infuriating argument I think I would ever run into, particularly in the games industry, would be that I would be like shitting all over some anti-consumer garbage, or like how a game shipped and was like complete trash, and the response would be like, yeah, but those people worked really hard, it's not fair to like, oh, who cares. Everybody tries to work hard on something that they care about, and if they don't care about it, they won't mind me shitting all over it. Strident Song kicked in $10. Thanks, Strident Song. How about 50% of D's nuts got him? What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense! Oh, it does make sense. And Ansel the Lambert sub. Thanks, Ansel. What up, Pat? How you doing? I'm going to Vegas tomorrow. Gonna be a fun 8-hour trip. I'm gonna put on my page hat and truck it. Good for you, man. Be careful though. Vegas is I mean, it's fucking Vegas. I don't need to tell you what Vegas is. Enjoy Vegas. And may your gambling not bankrupt you. And may your prostitute be clean. That's why people go to Vegas, right? What? I mean, what? Oh, are the Pawn Stars in there? Chris Plays Thing says, nah, they go to Thailand for that. You know what's funny? Because of the blight that is nightmare sex tourism that exists in the first world, uh, the Canadian government kept finding this little itty bitty problem where people would travel to Thailand to commit big ol' sex crimes and then come back here and be like, what? I wasn't even in Canada. You can't make that against the law. And the federal government went, oh yeah? And will prosecute sex crimes that happen outside the country as soon as you get back. So fuck them. Bob 900,000 says, I thought that was legal in Quebec. Not the kind of sex work I'm talking about. Hey, Star Arter sub. Thanks, Star. Hey, Pat. Currently grinding out some Crystalline Conflict for that Garrow mount and Archfiend armor. Man, the Garrow mount is easy as shit to get now. I got it by accident. Before going to finish up Heavensward post game. Only a bit sad that I can't wear the full armor, because Bunny, have fun with the parables. Yeah, it is kind of a bummer, but there is a way to get an equivalent of the full armor. You get the hairstyle that has the metal part, and then you get the Skyrat, faceplate, and then you get an approximation of the helmet. But you got to change your head. You got to change your hair. So, all right. And with that, we're gonna parable it up. Also, it's fun to see how late the subscription messages come in, because I read it in the chat, and then like maybe a full minute later it showed up on my little bar over here. Hey Pat, why is every new Batman villain a girl who is also a juggalo? Because the writers at DC Comics want to blind you to the majesty that is the Dark Carnival. All right. How do I turn the game on? I fucking don't remember what I'm doing. That's a job. This is my job. All right, where's Stanley Parable? There we are. All right, here's hoping the game loads up correctly. If the game does not load up correctly, let me know. Do you guys see video game part? I'm good? Great. I would love English subtitles, please. Yes, I have. That's fine by me. Current time is 4:25 p.m. Accessibility can be got from the main menu. Let's start the game. I want to see if there's any... So I used this earlier to start over. We're going to go audio, video. You know what? Can I use a controller on this? Doesn't look like it. Controls. Simplified controls. Okay. So, since I was testing this before... Oh, look at that! Since I was testing this before on, get video settings right, I decided to quit to the desktop and try it over again. At which point I will add the current time, which is 4:27 p.m. Hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience and you're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if that's the correct time. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whatever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. What is the current time? It is... My favorite time is 2 p.m. 2 p.m., your favorite time of day. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I do know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 2 p.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 2 p.m.? I'm going to say mostly accurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Let me whip up a couple new ones up. Should be ready the next time you boot up the game. Oops. Unable to sync cloud. Oh! Oh, another new slider! Yeah! Yeah! Oh, this is a good one. I like this. I'm gonna do this. Here. Which of the two made-up words is most appealing to Scrumtush? Ooh, Occuboinkle! Eat shit. I do. Is the time that is right now the correct time? Yes. What is time anyway? Yeah. Is there anything about yourself you haven't told me? Yeah, tons. No. Nope. All right. Let's give it one more. What time is it? Does anyone ever truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. So I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specs, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? I do. That's maybe the only information I really learned. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Yeah, 2 p.m. is my favorite. I like 2 p.m. You got a whole good rest of your day ahead of you at 2 p.m. Ah, nothing! Alright.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Do you kids like video games?
Considered it soul-rending.
Do you get it?
Every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I got an achievement called Welcome Back!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Not a trace! Pippity pep, poopity poop. That's quite the void you guys got out there. Oh, I have a crouch. Okay, good. No jump. Solitaire. I do hate Mondays. Don't care for Mondays. Sales in third quarter. Oh no.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Just to admire it. Just to see.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here.
It is a nice
taking
room.
It all in.
It is nice.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
That's right, guys. I sure did.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really?
Yeah,
in the middle
really.
Of something, do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Well,
There's danger
I don't
everywhere.
know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Okay. How would you do that? No buckets.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Real important, bitch.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
No, I didn't misunderstand.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Okay.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yes.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
That... I don't remember that. This seemed... Oh, no!
Stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I like more choice.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. but I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard! Oh, that's a real leaderboard. Okay, maybe not an entirely real leaderboard.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Not really.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
I want to point out to everyone that you can beat this. You can actually beat this. It's a real 4 hours.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Who fire watches the fire watch? Oh man, that got me good. Oh, that got me big good. Oh, I can't jump shit. Oh, I was right to play this on stream. I'm a genius. Wait, it's a whole thing?
Oh, no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh. Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any...
Oh, no.
Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Come on. Is this fucking Rocket League?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I am so glad I chose this ending first. God damn it.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley,
Sports ball!
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think
Run every touchdown.
Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Where's the ball? Oh, I can do it. I can do a touchdown. I'm gonna do it, guys.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
It is fun!
My miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
Kind
Stanley,
of!
I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
That's another ball!
Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more.
More
I'm
ball!
Insatiable. More balls!
More ball! Ball. More ball. I'm gonna do it. Get in there.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley?
Wait a second.
You,
oh no!
What are you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. We still have so much.
Oh, man. Oh, shit. Okay. All right. This isn't so strange. Oh, this is the original mod. And I'm headed back towards my office. Wait, what the fuck is that? Is that Adobe Premiere? Huh.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Yay!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's roll. Look for changes. No changes thus far.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I sure did.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh yeah, no, that works. I've done this. A lot of people I've worked with use that.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
That's right.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing
Yes.
around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
No. Nope, no explanation for you, sir.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out.
But I
it
wanted
didn't
to.
even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
I
never
felt
would
like
have
it.
thought to mention it.
I felt like it.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
It
Maybe
is.
when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite."
Was
I
more
hope your
favorite.
friends find this concerning.
I do love
Stanley
it.
was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort
No,
shut
I
down
can
your
move.
central nervous system
I can move.
and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person
wearing
at this computer
headphones.
is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Da-da-da-ba-da-da, still in the closet. Da-da-ba-da. I'm pretty sure that's all of it. Pretty sure that's all of it. Am I sure? I don't know.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Okay, that's it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Off we go to boss office. Executive bathroom. To be rich, is it a crime to commit crimes? Isn't it rich? What a life would be to have to just pick one. Oh. Yeah, this seems new. But I don't know what I can do in the bathroom. Extreme bathrooms. Oh, that was good. I am the most expensive boss. Recommendations for the Oversight Committee. Short history of the relationships between Poland and Austria-Hungary. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's rich.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2845, huh? Got it. 2, 4, 8.
Stanley just
5.
sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. $2845.
God, what could it be? I can't even read that. Never gonna figure it out.
For God, But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
The door opened. Where are we off to now, kids?
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Let's go.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, you can totally go back up!
Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Yeah.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
What if I do this? Boob. 0 or 20. Alright. Fine. It's for downstairs emergencies, call 094. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can. Darn. Back down we go, gang.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Go back up? Oh my god, are you people serious?
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
That's right. Oh, he's gonna be so mad.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
What if? Criminy! It's because he's British that it makes me laugh.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
What's up with you guys?
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process. All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Get me out of this. I want to go back. Wait, hold on a second. I tried.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Oh, he doesn't even have anything to say.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
Ah!
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story?
I know,
the
right?
Characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think,
oh,
and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley.
Get me out of here.
I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of
tradition. Oh my God, is that the
you're
real
a role model,
exit?
you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Oh, shit. All eyes on Stanley. I can't go back down. They sealed it. World peace, baby!
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
World's first sentient machine. This door? No, I don't want to. I think I might actually be stuck this time, boys and girls. Yeah, looks like. Oh well. Alexander the Great, really?
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Story, Stanley, me, Dad. Thanks for showing me that cool skateboard trick at the parking lot. You're too cool. Get a look on stage. Break a leg, champ. Stanley, my true love for you grows every day. You make me feel alive. Your wife from the apartment ending. Woo! That was a rough one. Whoa.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hold on a second. Bubba? Bubba, you okay? Bubba, it's raining. It's just raining. It's okay, Bubba. What's that, babe? He's upset by the rain. Poor Bubba's scared of the rain. He is a baby.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Pat did stand up from the chair to comfort the dog. If my dog was having a bad day, I would shoot you all in a ditch.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
What could it mean?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
I do.
After After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Yeah, I remember that. That was today.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
More games.
Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
More video games.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special
This looks
yet,
like a Half-Life
but
2
I'm sure
texture.
It's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
It's not fucking going anywhere.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Give me the content. I want give me the DLC. Ooh, the
right.
jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh, but I can only jump over here. I actually got an achievement for you can't jump. Oh my god! I'm gonna do it! This is almost like making fun of DLC Game of the Year versions! Don't spend all my jumps in one place. Don't you tell me what to do. I'm gonna jump if I want to. Oh.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Nomos is right. This is basically Elden Ring.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell,
There
I
sure
could count to
is.
30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance
Ah! There is! Test achievement, please ignore. Test achievement and description. Replace this.
department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Yeah!
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me.
The whole
having a great
game's
time
fucking
together
frills
like
and
always.
gimmicks.
What do you say, friend?
Speaking of, this is definitely...
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
No.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Oh, I do want to see the cool surprise. Fine.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
It's the cool... Coffee nut? Shit.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
The fuck is that?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
By the way, you guys keep saying it's a reference to Elden Ring. This game's been in development for way longer than Elden Ring has been out.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release?
In
Remember
Russian!
Back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched. Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something.
It's
oh,
not
the
real.
waste.
Audience Award. It did win that. British Academy awarded the Stanley Parable. 2013, that's the time. Mozilla Firefox page. Good times. I know that ending, and that one, and that one, and that one, and that's the same as the other one. Trip down memory lane. It's $1. It's a CD disc. Look, it's a CRT. Ah, look, it's the achievement. That one too. Nominee, that's real. Nominee, that's real. Yeah, that's real. New video get that is not real. College is so uneven, effort to enroll poor. Yeah, no, that's real. That did happen. Oh, that's the ending where Stanley jumps out the window and dies. That's also not real. Ooh.
Je suis dans la memory zone, c'est l'abri de l'eau, et je n'attends plus que toi.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
It's true. It's true. Oh, the good old screen. You remember that? The original remake. Oh yeah, so it was a mod, and then it got remade into its own game, and then this is the second remake. Oh, memory zone maintenance. I want to go into memory zone maintenance. Oh, I remember that. That was good times.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley
God.
Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect.
It was
It didn't
perfect!
need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
What an incredible achievement by humans. People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything. Wait, you opened a door I can't get to. Why did you do this?
These were simpler times, Stanley.
What's in the serious
What I
room?
wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
The maintenance!
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
No!
No. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor.
No!
I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Don't read
Surely reviews
these!
were glowing as well, weren't they?
Don't look at them!
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Oh my god, that is the pettiest snipe I've ever seen in my life. Holy shit, you know that's a real Steam review. You know that's a real one. You know it.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to.
Horrible.
These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
Oh god,
Perhaps
they're
the
everywhere.
Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
They're everywhere, and they're disgusting! Oh no, the worst review. 9.8 hours?!
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
No, I don't want
Not if
to.
it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
But I don't want it. Oh, I can't escape. That's why there's a skip button during the intro now. The intro that only plays once.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture.
It's like I'm listening to David Cage.
10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story,
all right, that's enough,
or what have you, and therefore by Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once.
No, it can't.
That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them.
No, you are.
At first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone?
I do agree.
It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor.
Oh, I
It
see.
is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley.
I know
it's
this.
rescued me from disaster in countless situations.
Gotta do the mouth
All
feel.
right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
That's
Treatise,
the same
manifesto. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over.
That's a good one.
How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time.
It
The
is
additions
beloved.
and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we
Our
ever
best
could dream
selves.
of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow, now Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too
Of
wonderful.
course.
I have to experience this
Of course
just
you do.
one more time. From the ashes. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is
No
becoming
door
longer
anymore.
and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes. It's not unendurable by any means, but there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door
The door's
go?
gone.
Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall?
I do not.
I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion... Oh, Stanley, you're back.
What?
You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking?
Yeah.
But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close.
But
because
why?
I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me.
I can
Because
hear
maybe,
you.
Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real.
You're not real.
Maybe I'm not just a fiction.
No, you are.
Was I scared of that all along?
You should be.
Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying.
That's no
I
good.
can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you?
Yeah, Plato's
You can see what this means to
shadows
me.
in the cave.
I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
He's losing his fucking shit. Yeah, I'm gonna hit it again, bro.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Huh. Nothing. He may be dead. What is that? Is that fire alarm? Like battery run out on a fire alarm.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition.
Oh, even the fucking fan has died. And it's leaking now.
The end is never the end, 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 is never.
Thank you. Come here, boy. Oh, yeah, no, it's coming down. Zangief, stop eating that doily. Yeah, no, yeah, this is happening. Yeah, that's no good. Oh, okay. Okay. Getting some progress up here. Oh, that's pretty. Look at that. You got birds and trees. Still hasn't fallen through, but okay. The plants have died. Well, that's okay. Okay. Hey, it kind of fell into the ocean a little bit. Okay, now there's no more ocean. Like, now there's nothing. Yeah, well. See if we can get an up. Well then, that was interesting.
All of his co-workers were
That was
gone.
some hot new
What did it
content.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hot new content right there. Wait. New content?
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Yeah, let's hit it.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense.
Thank you.
I say we take it one step even further. Which is why
Oh.
I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley
I knew it!
2.
I knew it!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Paste the sequel.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
They're back. 2 doors. Color red. Sequential mind share. Logo treatments.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
I wonder what that could be talking about. Sequels are good. Portal, Half-Life, Batman, Divinity, Doom, Aladdin, Dark Souls. Aladdin 2 rules! Aladdin 2 fucking rules. Thank you. Hey. Stop that. New content, boss! New features! Oh my god, this is E3. More or less.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The reassurance bucket. It's merch. This t-shirt is the best new feature. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Yes.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Oh my god.
Yes, you see.
That's crazy. It
What a
said my
thrill,
name.
what a
It said
rush.
my
That
name,
was
Jim.
you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Okay. Thank you.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2.
I mean, that would do it.
Actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Epilogue. Please, no screenshots. A new office. Red is the new orange. Updated ray trace, more of the same, but in a good way. There's another jump circle over there. What's in here?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But
Right.
I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I'd probably go with Get Well Sometime. Oh. Definitely Get Well Someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
What's down here? Okay. All right. Sure. Okay.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
That's actually really hard to do in games. We're gonna do that last. Probably. I want to get this free, easy achievement that just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
I do!
I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Ah!
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Collectibles.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Okay. I found one.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
I still haven't checked out the button, and I haven't found the jump circle. Is this the jump circle? No, I used up all my jumps!
Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Oh. What's up there that's new? We have to go see the reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical.
That's
that
true.
it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've
Where's
engineered
the
a clever
bucket?
solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
But I
You
can't
may
hold
even
it.
come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms.
But I
And to
can't
be
hold it.
honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket
Yeah, I
is the
could.
perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort,
can feel
even
it.
in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in
Holding
fact,
the bucket.
can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't
I'm gonna
they?
take the bucket.
All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable
I
2.
can't take the bucket away. I can! I can hold it!
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Epilogue. There's the infinite hole. Settings world champion. Oh, I can't get in. I guess all that's left is to test the hole, right? I already checked the merch table. Settings world champions and achievement? How do I get it? Check the achievements for description. Let's see. Set all the sliders in the menu to all numbers. Oh, God. Oh, okay. What's it say again? Set all settings slider in the menu to all available numbers. Okay. All right. We're doing it. I'm skipping. Oh, no. No, no, no. Oh, fuck. I didn't get... Oh, God. Are you serious? There is a QR code at the merch table. Fuck. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do it, okay? First of all, I'm gonna look at this QR code. So, don't judge me. Oh, it's just the website stanleyparable2.com. Okay. I'm gonna do it. Okay, we're gonna do it now. Okay? That's all of those. That's all of those. That's all of those. That's those. I also have to check every box?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named
Oh my
Stanley.
god. I know you're doing this to fuck with me. Come on. Come on, I can do it. Okay. Okay. On. Oh my god. I can do it. I can do it. Okay. No, it can't be. It can't be. No! Thank you. Which one did I miss? Got it! World champ! Here we go! Settings World Champion! Oh.
I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
God, okay, good. You got me. Good job. Good meme. Excellent meme. I've been memed on strongly. You got me. Oh, what you eating, Paige? What you having?
Like kind of a burgery thing.
Cool. I would like that if that's all cool. If that's all cool with you.
Just let me know.
Now, time to jump in the hole, guys. I did leave the subtitles off. Thank you. Off we go. Well,
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
nah, I'm good.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how
It's
to
not
say
bottomless,
this
is it?
tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley.
I beat him.
I'm a cheat and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
Skydivers.
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on.
Doesn't work for me. Doesn't work for me, man. Zangy! Stop it. You're being a ding-dong.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Even more? Hot diggity damn! You know what? Actually, there was actually a setting in there that I wanted to... There. Is that what I'm doing? No. Wait, I'm sorry. These settings are bullshit!
Oh,
Whee!
for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no.
Nope.
You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't
Sure
help
did.
but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shape of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Oh, I'm
Is
already in the
the,
surface.
Teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an
But
explanation.
I'm already at the
Still
surface.
nothing. Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I don't have any jumps. What was that? Get me out of here. At least I do have the bucket, you're right. Oh no. Well, the hole is moving. It's puppies!
Stronger, you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger.
Yeah!
Stanley!
What?
Good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland.
Yeah,
But we
kinda.
can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Toodle Pip? Hey, it's moving again. Ah. Oh, and back here.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Huh. I think I'm done. I'm gonna look for the exit now. Jump circle still at 0. Mostly infinite hole collectibles. Exit is to my left. There's the door that says new on it upstairs. I'm pretty sure I did that. Yeah, no, that's where I came out of. Okay, let's do it. Oh, that's cool. I like this.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready
Yeah,
to
I think
move
so.
on now?
Fuck is this?
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
It's a bunch of bullshit, man.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go, version 2.
It's still just a bunch of bullshit.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
That's great. That's great. Hey guys, I need to take a fucking piss. So I'll be right back. Excuse me.
Let's go.
It's been 7 minutes! Oh my god. Guys, I had to pee and then the dog had to pee. There's a lot of pee going on. I don't know what bumscosity does.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a
fuck
big
off!
building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was
With the
simple.
fucking
He sat at his
balloons!
desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have
I'm gonna
considered
skip it. Yeah, I skipped it, bitch. What are you gonna do?
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
The bucket's here!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
I didn't even see the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I know
But
that.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the
it
bucket
was.
turned out to be. No, never mind.
the bucket was wrong, Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nope.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about
Look at
this.
that! There's a fucking
He
collectible!
was
How do I
firmly
get
convinced
that?
the bucket had spoken to him. But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Deep comfort. Very comforted.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
It sure
But
wasn't.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Don't even
and
care.
Here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
It was wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
But now, said the bucket.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Yeah!
The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Fuck yeah. Where's this go? Where the fuck is this? Narrator dialogue.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Wait, this is wrong.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Care what the
here
bucket's
it was.
telling me.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind.
Actually,
The
no, I
bucket
do
was
care.
wrong.
the
Stanley
bucket's
took the
telling
door on
me.
his left to go back to the meeting room.
I'm gonna ride the bucket to the top.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking
Okay,
to him.
have fun, baby.
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I will do what the bucket demands.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
I mean, that's
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
that's not dark. It's not dark at all. Oh, that dark room. I see.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Jazz music. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press X to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
I love you, bucket. Oh, there you are, bucket. Press B to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Look, I've turned these other things into buckets.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
I mean, that's
it.
true.
It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Let's go home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is this awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Give bucket. Ignore anyone in your life except for me, said the bucket.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Leave me, I'm real, Stanley. Let's go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection,
Hey,
that
Paige.
it doesn't quite look like your
Look what
average
he's doing now that you're
hardware
getting
store
ready to go.
bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Give it. Wait. This is not even a TV anymore. Just give bucket. Let's relive it over and over.
God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
This is a good bucket. Press Y to go home to work, to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. Oh, no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Bucket.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me.
No.
Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give
No.
it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Huh. That's interesting. Figurine finders meeting today in the meeting room!
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
How can we find them? Small floating objects have appeared. We have to synergize our resources. There are many questions. There was no memo. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the fuck up. How can you tell you spotted one? Makes the float. Who took pictures of them? There will be a reward. Stop kidding yourself. I want them so much. Who are you? Big leads are hard to find. Follow the clues provided by employees 416.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it.
Isn't this where the...
It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom
that
closet
does
is
make
trying
sense.
to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket.
Not gonna
know
do
how
it.
hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend.
I love this bucket.
You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket?
No, it's my
Stanley,
bucket.
I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner?
How could
Well,
they?
I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide
worse than
variety of
Cookie 9, broom
experiences
closet.
you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
I'm done. Or am I?
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
I did it. I defeated the broom closet.
All right, I've got a seconds coming to a staircase.
No!
Upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, there it is. Wait, it's just a... Oh, I got it, though.
Yeah! This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Yeah. No bucket here. Damn.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Achievement.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Sheer luck!
The bucket knew all along?
It
Was
did!
The bucket guiding him?
It was!
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Turn around.
The elevator raced. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone.
Not with this bucket.
With the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get all these... Wow, this game is like massively gigantified over the original.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Turn around. Oh, you meant turn around over here.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better
I like
encapsulates
Stanmarine.
the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Definitely Stan Marines. Stanlerines, whatever. I don't need to know the name of it.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right.
Bucket!
The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Excuse me. I'd take a photo of baby, because he cute. Can I go back? Let's see what happens.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
What?
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Okay.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
Yes.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see.
You have
feel
to see it,
the
bucket.
happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing. Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection,
I can't
Stanley
believe
returned
this.
to the elevator.
I can't believe you would do it to me like this.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
That's so sad now. I'll show you, Bucket.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
You and me,
For months,
Bucket.
He advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it,
This is
developing
so
and
stupid.
rehearsing it until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
So they're just doubling every ending with the bucket?
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Oh, that dude came up with pizza!
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
That's brutal, man. It's brutal.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
How do I get back to 416's office? So there's an achievement for trying a door 430 times. Why 430? I don't know. Click. Oh no. Click on door 435 times. That's different.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
Yeah.
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. You see, now that you've gotten the bucket involved, my standards have gone up. Merely clicking a single door is no longer enough. Now, I want to see you press this bucket against multiple doors. Now that's the kind of thing that merits an achievement. Why don't you put 20 bucket touches into door 417?
Bucket touches? Wait, where is 417? Is this it? Am I doing it?
Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times.
437, huh?
Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love.
415. No, that's 420. 416. 415.
Now back to door number 437.
I can do this.
You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't
You're
you
right.
rub the bucket on it a bit? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think
This
we're
is
getting
good.
somewhere.
This is good. I'm doing it.
Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk. Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
One six.
We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
Gonna do it.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430. Yes! We did it!
I did it!
Wow! That felt
Got the
amazing.
achievement.
You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building, or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today. Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
Oh, thanks, man.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let's get that fucking hints from 416. Oh, that's how they got the collectible in the warehouse. Stairs somewhere both red and blue. Stairs. I know where there's stairs.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
Red
office.
and blue! Stairs!
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
That's the parking garage ending.
But Stanley just couldn't do it.
Now with the
He
bucket.
considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these.
Usually.
He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort.
But how?
And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
Oh my God.
How did I end up with someone else's bucket?
But it
This
says
is all
property of
terribly
Stanley
wrong.
on it.
Surely no good would
Ah!
come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations
My
Stanley might
bucket!
experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd.
Very odd.
Now he felt himself floating off the ground.
Oh, shit.
Gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it.
Bucket!
Far off in the distance now, he heard it calling to him.
Stanley!
Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Where'd you go, Bucket?
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next.
But how will I know?
None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Scheduled either by you or person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Thank you, that's actually very helpful. Bucket!
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright, where do we got left? Somewhere that is red and blue. Somewhere that there is red and blue.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Isn't this red and blue? Red and blue, but I got that one. Let's try this elevator again. See if this will get us somewhere. Hey, this elevator's a fake!
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication. The bucket did not react, except perhaps a tiny glow of warmth. Subtle, yes, but an unmistakable spark from somewhere deep within.
Is it again? 2, 4, 8, 5? 2, 8, 4, 5?
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly
All right,
the most
back down we
logical
go.
explanation.
We're gonna escape this time. Big escape.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large
No, we're
door
not.
that read Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent
Both of
death.
us. Bucket
The door
2?
behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Yeah, and? Oh, look, an escape. I did it.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
A little bit.
It puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Well, bummer.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed.
Is that the bucket's
violently to death.
narrator?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket. Welcome you to the grand exhibit. Much like the bucket itself, the human... Fucking shut up.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
So stupid.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Goodbye, everyone. Whoa.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Okay, that was a trip.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hey, Bucket. Huh. Where's the computer?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, it's random. It shows up. Got it. Fuck it.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Bucket. Bucket!
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way
I'm
to the
still,
meeting
like,
room.
just dodging
Stanley
all
had
sorts
felt
of
the
shit
bucket
on all
calling to him,
walls.
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's
All
something
the
up
way to
there
the
I
top.
need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
No.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
It did say
how
that!
Did you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, stand there for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh!
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
I'm trying.
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
How?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
No.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out.
Yeah.
I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yeah. Yeah, you
Stanley,
are.
I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets.
No!
Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait,
Because everything's a
was
bucket!
everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Okay, so I can't pick up the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, that's troubling.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Can't get the bucket this time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I did know that well.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Shut up! I need to get that
Really,
Ligmarine.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration?
Who's Steve
for
Jobs?
others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you. To
Red
show
and
you
blue.
something beautiful.
Ah!
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I did it this time.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now.
Oh, cool.
Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I just I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Huh.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Okay. What the fuck is this shit? Ow. I'm out of here.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please,
Don't worry about
no,
it.
Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please,
Eat shit,
Stanley,
fucko!
Oh, thank God you lived.
Oh.
You had me worried there for... No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Suicide is fucking cool. Ah!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
Hell
Am I
yeah!
reading the situation correctly?
Guess what? Check this one out. Backwards. Woo!
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Okay, I'm gonna crouch, and then do a 360 spin.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Huh? No dialogue. Whoa!
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Yeah.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Memory
I would love
zone!
nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles! Hey! The collectibles are downstairs!
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure,
Yeah,
it
we
said
did.
6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent.
First
We'll never
collectible
be
was
like
an
that
absolute
again, Stanley.
fucking nightmare, actually. 7. And remember this?
And here was a second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley.
I did it!
I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Definitely the bathroom!
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Third time!
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
That's not what happened. I did get this one.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy. Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Hey. Oh, okay.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently
But it wasn't
than all
well
the
lit.
others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Okay.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards.
Yeah, let's
We'll
do it.
Memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Yeah!
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
I do remember the video we watched.
Yes, I love that video.
That might be the... I saw somebody say in the chat, and I may agree, that might be the funniest joke in a video game.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
See, this is the room next to the elevator, and I don't know why it looks like this.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Oh, there's nothing down here. Ah, smart.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember?
I do remember.
I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it?
We're gonna have the number 3 when we're done with these.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
18 out over 6 is 3. Collect them all. Now you can... No, I'm back here! I'm back in the fucking sequel machine!
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Oh, yes, the 2 doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story.
No, you won't.
So very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley. My God, the bumpscosity in here is absolutely overwhelming. 1,000? You people have got to be nuts. How can you stand this much bumpscosity?
Look, the timing on this shit's so perfect. Oh, fuck.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I know.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
No.
Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
No.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Let's... Broom Closet! Broom Closet! Oh. Adventure Line!
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
I remember
It's as
that!
classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Oh no!
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No, I don't want to. No! You can't make
Now
me.
listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
You can't do it.
I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about?
The
Broom Closet?
bucket!
Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation.
Is this fucking
It had
Halo
so much
music?
potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Wow.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yeah, did it!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
I win! Oh shit, does it go in forever? Alright, that's enough. Oh my god. I hadn't seen the pause screen in a while. Wait, what?
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man, and Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps it's just a memo.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Aha!
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity,
and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it. How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Let's ignore the bucket for now.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation.
Yeah, what is that noise?
But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk.
It's coming
what could
from the
its
window.
purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 28. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Here's the weirdest part. This is the Apple room. That was the room that had the apple.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I should have brought the bucket.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Yeah, I do.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
And nothing, man.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Yeah, that's why.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Yeah.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna dismantle it. Once and for all. By turning it on.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Yeah.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are sent to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things
That's not enough time,
isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is.
Fuck is the fucking
More
combination?
time to talk about you, about me,
Ah!
where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're
2.
gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set
4.
you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing.
3.
Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go.
3.
But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley.
5.
You're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. What? This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to strike.
I don't know.
30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces.
How do I
will
do
you cling
it?
Desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully?
I fucked it up.
Choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And
fucked it up.
I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever up.
All right.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Just a matter of time. Bucket.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent.
Sure
Stanley
does.
checked his ego and then proceeded on. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
Let's
to
hit
his
it.
chest and entered
Bucket
the
will
door
help
on his
me.
left.
Bucket will save
Still
me.
no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
You and me, Bucket.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Sure did.
Was it that the bucket knew all along?
It
was
did.
the bucket guiding him?
It is.
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
All right. I could do it with the bucket. I could do it.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Bucket'll know.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Could it hold?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as
Almost.
Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
It'll be fine, Bucket.
Was
Don't worry,
the
we got
bucket
this.
under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Probably
Had the
not.
bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never!
Never.
He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded.
All right,
from
let's
this
do
very
it, Bucket.
place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this?
How could you
Stanley
have
was
done this,
prepared to
Bucket?
throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly. Silly birds.
Silly
The
birds!
control buttons became active again.
This silly bird. This silly bird.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds.
Look at these silly birds!
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions.
Look at that silly bird!
Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands.
Oh, look, it's a duck!
The one who had pointed him towards this
Oh,
incredible
the ducks are real silly!
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds
Oh,
imaginable.
look at this silly bird!
Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the
Oh, that's
best.
a pretty silly bird.
And Stanley was happy.
Oh, owls! That's a kind of silly bird. And that was the best one. What?! Thank you. Oh, that's the epilogue. Thank you. Hey, stop it. But there's no skip button. Oh! Excellent. Hey, Eli! How you doing, man? What were you streaming, man? Eli says I smell, he smells. Holy shit! Hey, look, it's the moon. Oh, look, it's the sun. Hey, the sun. Is that the memory house? It's memory zone! Found it. It's the memory zone of the Stanley Parable 2! At least he liked the bucket. At least he liked the bucket. Oh. Oh. They were all Jim. Ooh. Yeah! Yeah! Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn there'll never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the dev said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. Stanley Parable is not sacred and we don't need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's just keep making Stanley Parable games till the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground and drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that's the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we're going to make the Stanley Parable 3! It's simply, all we do is change the number on the game's title screen. We just need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining random words together, make a new title. Door to Didgeridoo. The Stanley Parable 3. Door to Didgeridoo. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by one and pick a new subtitle. That way it'll never end. Any more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll be the same shit recycled again and again with a new title screen. Should we go forward with this? I like it. Yeah, let's do it. New sequel every time you start. See, I'm noticing the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. All right, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. Stanley Parable cannot end. It'll only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time! 8:23 p.m. Please adjust the slider until the computer's barely visible. Thank you. Stanley Parable. Oh, I can't. Race to the boyfriends. Okay. Well, that's gonna be it for us tonight. That's like the funniest fucking game I've played in my fucking life. That is the absolute funniest shit I've ever done. How do I get to the achievement machine? I don't remember. You go to the Stanley Parable 2, right? You get a new content without the bucket.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, God damn it. Yeah, return to the Stanley Parable 2 Expo Hall. Wait. What if I grab the bucket?
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective, yet... Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Wait, what? Taking... Oh, okay. Can't have the bucket. Can't have the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Return to the Stanley Parable 2 Expo Hall. Go. Go, 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 go.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark. And
I don't care. Just get me to the machine. Get me to the machine.
So forget this
get me to the machine.
Nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable
get me to the machine.
2.
Out of my way.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Almost there.
To be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing.
Almost there.
I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on. Try out some
Free new achievement. Free. Easy. Click the button. Get the achievement.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
I got
it. As you
it.
can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure. Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
And now that I have the achievement, one more time. Because this is Hidden Hole Punch. Try the epilogue again? Nah, no, I'm done. I'm done. If you guys want to see more of this, you go ahead and get your own game. I'm gonna thank Peepo and get the fuck out of here. This is incredible. I hope you guys had fun. I have fun. Want to thank Mr. Rocket for subbing. Been following an artist for years. Their prime short stacks. Zangief, hey, calm down. It took me until they started posting their FF14 character with nude mods that I realized I've been drawing Lalas this entire time. I felt dirty. Happy sub-anniversary, Pat. Good job. Good job, Weirdo. Malone sub. Keep on keeping on, Pat. Love your stuff, dude. I love my stuff, too. Thank you. Bloodstorm sub. Pat, how you doing? I'm doing great. Facetious sub. Much like a player of Stanley Parable 2, I also want to be individually, personally validated with a call-out. Thank you, Facetious. Internal Inquisitor kicked in a sub. Take my money. Jim Stares at. You're quite welcome. From's Dumpy and AJ Rouge sub. Thank you. Appreciate it. Calder Gaming kicked in a sub. I finally saw your 13 Sentinels one-off from 2020. Where in the pre-stream page mentioned the Canadians are polite, but they're not nice. Is this proving the case to be in BC as much as in QC? No, actually. No, it's not. Zangief. I chased you. I chased you over here. SW Fanatic sub. Need mo hemi whammo. Thank you. And then Valendra, Michael Dude, and Plague all raided and hosted the channel, which is now ending. And we're going to go raid somebody else. Come back tomorrow for Teardown. Hopefully that'll be fun. Honestly, if Plague had still been running the show, I would have been raiding him right now. Unfortunately, Plague is not still running the show. So I will have to go raid somebody else. What the fuck is who's doing what? Adam's doing Doki Doki Lit Club. Hell yeah. Let's go raid Adam. Kablam. All right, y'all have a good night. I'm out of here. I'm going to hit this button and go away. See you tomorrow. Bye.